Hello. So I'm back working on my game. I'm just going to get some music going. Is this actually music? There we go. So I didn't get much done last time. Since last time, let me see where I left off. It's been a couple days since I've actually done anything here, since I've been busy. So movement is working okay. That's all working fine. I added in these little sound effects. I'll probably get rid of those for now because I'm going to change that later. Let's get rid of all these sounds. I'll fix that later. And yeah, we can get rid of that. And then let's see. Yeah, we'll deal with sound at a later point when I want to actually figure that out. Today what I want to deal with is object interactions. So right now, let's see. So I've got this basic collision working. I've got this dodge thing. I gotta figure out how to stop the mouse from taking in the controller input. That's okay though. So that stops. I also need to consider whether I want the dodge to immediately exit when he hits something, because right now he kind of completes the dodge. I don't know if I want that or not. Obviously the art is kind of temporary, so it'll look different, but I also wonder if it's a good idea to have it slide like that. That's a question. And then I have, oops. So I have, wait, there we go. So I have this little projectile, and those disappear after a certain distance. Yeah, okay. That's all working. So basically what I want to figure out is pushing and pulling, picking up objects and throwing them. The picking up and throwing is probably going to be a little more complicated. So I'm going to start with the pushing and pulling. There's a number of things I need to work out. So I'm just going to make some notes first. So number one, okay. Number one is exit dodge when colliding. And then number two, sliding while dodge. I'm not sure about those. Okay, now as far as push, pull, and yeah, I'll start with this. So the first question is, how many degrees of freedom do I want with the pushing and pulling? So there's basically three or four different ways I can do this. So number one would be full freedom, and that would be moving objects in 360 degrees. In other words, you know, if I start pushing or pulling the rock, then I can move it in any direction no matter what. The advantage of that would be, you know, more flexibility, but the cons would be it's depending on how I build the puzzles, that might leave a lot of annoying opportunities for things to just not be properly placed. So I'm not sure about that one. The second one would be 4 dimensions of freedom. In other words, moving laterally or vertically, no matter which side you grab it from. And the third would be 1 axis. So let's say I start grabbing it from the top. That would be just only able to push and pull it forward and backwards. I think that's probably what I'm going to go with. But then there's also let's see, if I grab it, there's also an input thing here. So I'm using 1 button for this. So actually, let me start by just programming in that button. We want to go to this. Well, first we want to go here and add in our left bumper and right bumper. Let's just program that in. So left bumper. What? Why is it doing that? No. What are you doing here? Joypad buttons. Paddle 1. Is it an axis? Left trigger. Right, that's an odd thing. The triggers are actually axes. Okay, but it should be a button. So shoulder, there we go. Oops. Left shoulder, that's LB, right. Okay, and then we want the right shoulder. We'll just put that in. Okay. So that's there. And I'm just using this input manager script right now because I'm gonna eventually put in some stuff so that you can customize the input. But for now, we'll just put in what we need. So we'll say push pull equals false. So we'll set up a boolean here, and then we'll basically just copy all of this and we're going to change this to LB, and we want to change this to, what did I call it? Push pull. Okay, that's pretty simple. So that's going to be the button. Now, one question worth asking is, do we want pushing and pulling actually to be the same input? So that would be the sort of the fourth option. Automatic pushing versus input. So something like I think Link's Awakening didn't actually have automatic pushing. In fact, it didn't have a push-pull mechanic, as far as I remember. But I think in the Oracle games they implemented it. And there, you could just walk up to something. So, you know, in other words, if I want to push this rock, or you need to have an input for pulling, because if I just pull, you know, press upwards, then I'm just going to walk away from it. So for pulling, you need to have some kind of input. But for pushing, you don't necessarily need input. You could just have it work by like walking up to it and continuing to walk towards it. Now, one of the potential problems with that is you don't want accidental pushing, but you can solve that with a timer. So if you have to walk into it for like, you know, half a second before it starts pushing, then you're not going to accidentally push something. The other problem with it is a little bit context sensitive, because then it turns the movement input into something which has, you know, an action correlated to it instead of just movement, depending on what you're walking against. So I'm not sure if I like that. I also need to ask the question, do I want the push-pull input to be the same as the pick up and throw input? That's another question. I won't get to that yet. And then the major question with all of this is, what is easiest to prototype and edit later on? So I think keeping it to one axis for the moment and keeping it all in one input. If you make an input for pushing as well, it will make the rock feel heavier just like it will for pulling. Probably always require extra input. Necessitate pressing a button used for something like sprinting if you want to push an object when you're up against it. Could double tap for picking up, for throwing. That's an interesting idea. I'll write that down. Part of the problem is with my plan for how the input is going to be laid out, I don't have a lot of extra buttons to work with. So I've basically got one button. Now, there will be an interact button, so potentially I could use that as the pickup button, but I think for pushing and pulling, it's got to be one button, or, you know, one button for both, or one button just for pulling. So there is something slightly unintuitive about using the same button for pushing and pulling, but I suppose I'll have to kind of build that to see if that makes sense. I'll keep it to one axis. Another thing to consider is how many degrees of freedom in distance pushed / pulled. In other words, do I want to be able to move this rock by pixels or by tiles or half tiles? Probably it's cleaner to make it go according to tiles. Right now I'm arranging things by half tiles, so, you know, I have some objects, because there are going to be some mechanics where where the collision box isn't going to be as large, and so you can move between smaller things like that. Maybe by half tiles, but probably not full fidelity of movement there. Trying to remember how it was in the old Zelda games that had pushing and pulling. Yeah, from what I remember, I want to say that like the Oracle games, you could push, let's say, pots, even if you didn't have the power bracelet. You could just push them by walking into them. I don't think they had... The pulling was something that you had to use the power bracelet for, but that was... You couldn't actually pull something like a pot because it was a throwable object. And that is something I'm... Actually, that's another note to write. So, objects that are both pullable and pick-upable. I think that's complicated. That definitely means that there needs to be two inputs. But I don't know if that's necessary. I think, you know, pushing and pulling, that's going to be for sort of your basic kind of block puzzles. Picking up objects, that's going to be for things that you can throw. So there's not really a good reason to make them, to have anything kind of have both of those properties. Maybe you could make it like Red Dead 2, just completely trash. Press a button to start moving an arm, then another set of buttons to move the arm to the object, then another to grab it, then to push. Yeah, I want it to be intuitive. So I think keeping it on a kind of track makes sense, and moving it by certain increments. How come you're limited with your inputs? Does the Godot input system not allow for modifiers like holding trigger bumper and then pressing AB? Oh no, it absolutely does allow for that. But just for my plan for the game, I've already got plans basically for all the other inputs. I'm making use of the full controller, so I can only spare one input for pushing and pulling. And I think for something as basic as pushing and pulling, I mean, I could do something like, you know, let's say hold down left bumper and then press a face button. But I think for something as basic as pushing and pulling, that feels unnecessarily complicated. You know, it should be a very basic kind of interaction. So it should just be either one input or no input for pushing. I think I'm going to try and build it along one axis with input for both pushing and pulling. And then I can play around with it and see how that feels. Maybe the button to push pull ought to feel like a magnet. When you're close to an object with the button pressed, it just starts to move with you like one of those movie game boulder moving puzzles. Yeah, I mean, the idea is that you shouldn't have to be thinking about pushing and pulling stuff. It should just be very natural. So then the next question is, how am I actually detecting this? One option would be to do some sort of raycast. So part of the problem here is the perspective. So because the way that a top-down game, you know, top-down games are called top-down, but you're really looking at things. It's kind of like a Mercator projection, where it's this sort of 3D angle that has been projected onto this orthographic display. So, you know, if you were really looking at things top-down, you would see like the top of his hat. You wouldn't see his face at all, right? But you're looking at things from kind of a 45-degree angle in terms of the artwork. And so that's why I have like the collision shape it doesn't cover his head, because theoretically, like, you know, when I walk up to a rock, I don't want him to stop here. I don't want the hat to interact with the rock, because that doesn't make sense. So that's why I have the collision shape be this sort of cylinder near his feet. The problem is when it comes to pushing something, where am I pushing from? Because I should be, you know, visually I should be pushing from like where his hands would be, which is higher up. But then that might cause problems if like I start to slide, like if I'm here, does that look like I should push it? I should be able to push it from there? It kind of does. But then if I'm not holding the push input and I just walk past it, that feels kind of strange. I could always make the collider bigger, but that also doesn't seem like a great idea. If I do a ray cast, the problem with that is where am I shooting the ray from? Because if it comes from the collider, then it's sort of like he's kicking stuff out of the way. That's kind of weird. This is also weird. Why is the animation playing when I'm moving left and right, but not up and down? Okay, I'll have to look at that. What about on collision? I think it makes more sense to separate this out. So because the way that the colliders work, I think that's going to cause some problems if I try to both collide with the object and push both colliders. I suppose what I could do is on collision, I could sort of connect them and basically make the pushable or pullable object like a kind of passenger, so to speak, of the player. So that would be one way to do it. It may make more sense to create an area. The question is, where does the area appear? So let me start with that. Make second collider on your character and make it the trigger, and then do it on trigger enter. Yeah, exactly. So to create some kind of area. I also want to make sure that I want to have a little bit of leeway so that, you know, you don't have to be literally pixel perfect touching. You know, maybe a pixel or two leeway. And then I'm going to have to adjust its position depending on which direction you're facing, so that you don't push and pull things that you're touching behind you. So how do I do that? We'll create a child node, we'll call it area 2D, and we'll give it a collider, which will be what? So another question here, which is, do I actually want these to have curved colliders? Is there any advantage to making them just blocks, essentially? I guess that also depends on what sort of objects I want to be able to push and pull. So right now I'm just going to be using these rocks, but it doesn't have to be the rocks. I think it makes more sense for this to be a rectangle. So then the idea is, let's lock all these. How do I lock these again? No. What's the lock? There we go. Let's just lock these so I don't move them around. So this, wait. Do I want to move the area or the collision shape itself? Let's just move this for a second. So it's probably something like that. Should it be the same height? Yeah, because then I don't want to move past something that I can theoretically push. But I also don't really want the... Okay, so right now this is -7, 5.5. You know, this really bugs me that Godot does all the Y stuff inverted. I don't know why it's built that way. It really confuses me. Okay. So let's call this push-pull detector. And let's go into the script. We'll create a reference for that. So, on the ready bar, push-pull, equals push-pull detector. Actually, do I want to... This is where I'm not totally sure. So when I use the... Because what I would use is like the area... Would it be on body entered or something? I need a signal. So area 2D. Okay, let's see. So area entered. Area shape entered. What's the advantage of these? So this is looking for another area 2D. So this actually checks for the collider rather than just the area. So that's what I want. Area shape entered. But as far as the detector goes, I want to use the area 2D. Okay. So we're in the normal state. And first, we won't bother moving it around yet, but okay, so if input manager dot push pull, so if I'm using that input, then we want to check. No, because if it's a signal, you know, I always get confused with signals, how they work. I need to connect the signal to a function. Do I do that here? Okay, what do I actually need to happen here? So I need, when I'm pushing up against this thing, I want to somehow, because I also don't want the, let's see. Okay, there's two options here actually regarding the distance. So option one is connecting player and object move in increments. Option two is object moves in increments, player can exit. In other words, if I start pushing this thing, right, I do want to move it in increments. So I don't want it to have full degrees of freedom in how far you move it. So let's say it's moving by half tiles, so that's, 8 pixels. So then this is going to move in 8 pixels, but does the player move along with it? In other words, can you exit this animation before you've moved it that increment? I suppose theoretically that's better to give the player that option. In case, let's say, something happens and you want to respond quickly, then you're not locked into it. But maybe there's an advantage to having you be locked in. It's not like you're going to be pushing things in a high intensity reactive sort of situation. And then maybe it looks weird if you're like pushing something and it moves and you're not moving along with it. That could also cause problems. So it's probably better to move you as a unit. So seeing that pulling will lock you in, I guess pushing should do the same for consistency's sake. Yeah, that's a good point, right? Because if you're pulling, you can't move. If you start pulling and then you want to exit out of it, like then the thing is moving towards you, it's going to push you away. That's kind of weird. You start pulling it and it moves towards you. Yeah, so it makes more sense to lock this in and sort of connect them, move them as one. So, how do we do that? I suppose I could add the object as a child and then just move the player. Unless you push something off a cliff. Yeah, I won't even worry about that yet. So, okay, let's first create a state for this. So, we'll call this push pull. Do I need two separate states? Well, the way I'm building it, it's going to be one input, so I think it can be the same. I can just reverse the direction. We'll see if that causes a problem. So push pull state, we're going to create a case here. Player states dot push pull. And we'll create a function called handle push pull state. Pass in delta. We'll create some variables up here. So we need, I don't need to remind myself of that. That's fine. So this is for our normal state. This is for revolver state. This is for the dodge state. So let's add it below that. Push pull speed equals, it's going to be slower than the walk speed, so let's say it's half as much. And since I'm not separating that word down here, we won't do it here either. What else do we need? We need a distance. It's going to be a constant, so push-pull distance, and that's going to be 8 for now. Let's start with 16, and then we can see if the half tile makes more sense. It probably does make more sense, but I think it's just going to be easier to look at it if we're moving it by tile. And we'll see the problems more easily. Do we need anything else here? Gonna move it, and then it's gonna exit back to the normal state. Okay, so let's create, I'm gonna have to start putting in some comments to clean this up because it's starting to get a little messy. Eventually I'm gonna factor out a lot of this stuff, but for now, messy is okay. Okay, so we need a function, handle push-pull state. We're going to take in delta. That's how I wrote it, right? Yes. Okay. So what we need to do is when we start checking for push-pull input, we want to connect this to the signal, right? So we don't need to do it every frame. We just need to connect it once. So basically, if we're holding down the button, then we're checking to see if it's receiving that signal. How does that work again? So we want to connect the, what did I call it? Push-pull detector. Push-pull detector dot connect. Area shape entered. See, what is body entered? Hold on. Body can be a physics body, 2D, or a tile map. Oh, interesting. So this is just a more... Wait, physics body. Huh. Versus area shape entered, which is... Oh, so what is my rock right now? This isn't static body, so we do actually want that. Okay. So we need the body entered. What was it? Give me this thingy. Come on. Connect. Why isn't it giving me the nice IntelliSense thing? Connect. Signal string name. Okay, so it's on body. What? Why am I not getting the... Body shape entered? We want to check for the collider. Actually, that's a good question. Do we want to check for the collider or the area? No, the area is going to be hold on. I need to think about this for a second. This is checking for a node. That's just going to be checking for one point. No, we want to check for the collider. Yeah. Okay. So this is, what was it again? body shape entered. Okay. Body shape entered. And we need to we don't want to check for every possible collider, right? We want to have some kind of flag that this rock is pushable. So probably put it in a group. And then we'll check for that. So body shape index. Right, that's another issue, is what if it's detecting multiple colliders? I guess that's only really a problem if the colliders are really small, because you're unlikely to have two colliders right next to each other like that. Well, you could have something like that. I'm not going to worry about that yet. So is there no on-stay event for this, or does the entered event incorporate every frame after until you exit again? Does the entered event incorporate every frame after until you exit again? That's a good point. I don't really remember how this all works. I haven't messed around with signals that much, so I'm not totally sure. There's a get overlapping bodies method you can get to get to the list. I'm pretty sure the event is just when it first enters. Right, so what is this actually doing? This is going to detect when it's hitting something, so what if you move away? So for now, let's just, can we set just a variable here? Callable. Yeah, this is the part that I never figured out properly. So what is a callable exactly? Method within an object instance or custom callable use for. You can access methods and global functions as callables. So what do I actually want to do? Right now, let's just, can we just print let's just say that we detected something. And here we'll just pass for now. So we're not dealing with that yet. Cannot get return value if called to print because it returns void. I'm not really sure how this connect works. Okay, let's just look up signals. Okay, a built-in variant type that represents a signal of an object instance. Like all variant types, can be stored in variables and passed to functions. Signals allow all connected callables to listen and react to events without directly referencing one another. This keeps the code flexible and easier to manage. So what I'm connecting to is I'm connecting this to listen for this signal. But this isn't working, so why doesn't that work? What do I need here? Expected at least 2, but I don't get what do I need to pass in here? Connect, okay. Connects a signal by name to a callable. So can I just create a new callable within this? Let's try that. So version. Can I actually declare that this way? Maybe I should do. Is it rude if I call out how to do stuff in chat? Can't decide if it's overbearing to just drop code snippets in chat. No, not at all. I welcome any input. You know, this is all pretty new to me, so push-pull detector dot body shape entered connect. You can use an anonymous function as a callable. So okay, so let me try that. So push-pull detector dot IC. So I declare it here first. Dot connect. Does that work? This is the actual signal. I see. Okay, so that. Well, let's see if that works. Let's move that there, and let's see. No, that's not working. Why is that not working? Also, I should not start with him being right here. So the push-pull detector is the area, and it should detect, right? Do I need to reference the collider? Is that it? Because the area is just like at the center of the player. So is that the problem? What if we run it that way? Oh, because I'm not doing the fucking input. That's retarded. Okay, let's try this again, and let's actually test this out. So, holding down the input, and we've got some debug messages here. So let's see. Error calling from signal, body shape entered to callable, anonymous lambda, method expected, 0 arguments, but called with 4. Emit signal. Print detected. The function needs to take the same number of arguments the signal emits, or it won't call it. Right, so is the problem that it's detecting... Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 4. 4? Where's 4 coming from? Alright, let's work backwards from this for a second. Okay. What we want is to print this message if I'm detecting something. So what's the condition that sets that? Look at the definition of body shape entered. What is RID? Body shape index. Okay, so let's create a little function here called detect pushable. We'll change this later. And that's where we'll put this in. And what we want here is push pull detector dot body shape entered. Oh, and where was that? When a shape 2D of the received body enters a shape of this area. enters a shape of this area. So I do want to call the area, right? I think so. Okay, so dot body shape entered dot connect, and then detect pushable. So do I have to pass in these things? Is that the idea? This is where I start to get really confused. Yeah, that's fine. So body shape entered requires body RID. Not really sure what I'm doing here. Yeah. I need to look up how this works. Okay. Callable. Okay, so let's see their example. This is like doing it from the editor. I just want to see how to do it from code. So if this is, oops, can I just call this as a function? Does that work? That doesn't seem to work. It needs to take 4 parameters for body shape entered to be able to call it. I see. Okay. Okay, so let's just, like, I don't know, A, B, C, D. I don't know if I need to actually declare the types there, but does that solve it? No. You still have to pass that to connect? Okay, so I do need to connect like a separate function here. So let's call this detect. And so let's do detect. Do I need to declare the type here? Can I just do that? Oh, okay, no, I do need to actually, so what was it again? Let's close all this. So let's just copy that out and put that in there. I don't really understand this RID thing. RID variant type is used to access a low-level resource by its unique ID. RIDs are opaque, which means they do not grant access to the resource by themselves. A low-level resource may correspond... What's the resource, though? Is a collision shape a resource? I'm very confused here. What do I actually need to pass in? Detect takes 4 things because the body shape entered. The signal takes 4, but just use body entered. You probably don't care about anything body shape entered is giving you. Well, that certainly seems simpler. So let's try that. But we still need to pass in one, the body, right? Can I just declare it like that? No. What would it be? Node 2D. Body not declared in the current scope. Do I need to just create a variable here? I appreciate the help. This is very confusing to me. So okay, let's see. You don't want to invoke detect yourself. You just pass the method to connect, and connect will invoke it later. So literally just connect detect. But like by a string name? Is that the idea? Um, really, is that how it works? I see. Okay, okay, so let's try it this way. Dot connect, and we'll put in the body entered, and then do I need to say anything more than that? Do I still need to pass in something there? I still need to pass in the signal body entered is already connected to given callable. Is that because I'm connecting it? Oh, I guess I don't want to do this. I want to connect it just right at the beginning in the ready function, probably. So that's number one. So I don't want to do that more than once. Okay. So let's first see how that works. What is it giving me here? Error calling from signal body entered to callable. Okay, so that means we do need to actually pass this in. What was the second problem? That was the same thing. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, that's finally working. So we're detecting that now. Finally. So now what we want is we want to get information about what we're detecting, because we don't want to push every type of object. So this is the body, so can we just get, and this is a, what type was it? Body entered. Body entered detect. Okay, so we're taking in the node, which happens to be a static body 2D. And then what we want to get is the group. So if body, how do we check is in group? Is there like a function for that? There's got to be some kind of how do we check a group? Get group, is that it? Get group name. Returns the group of what? Oh no. What am I doing? That's for something else. Group. Let's just look up. Has group. If a node added to the given group name exists in the tree. Well, I just want to No, I don't want that. I just want to check if this is of, maybe is there a better way to do that? Is there a better way to do it that's not using groups? I just need some type of flag. Okay, well, let's do this step by step. Is in group is real. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I didn't find that. Okay, yeah, perfect. If body dot is in group and the group name was push pull, then we'll say detected. Yeah, and we just, so we can try this out with the cactus as well, because that is not part of that group. So let's see. Let's check this out. So, detected. Nice. Great. So then the cactus should not do that. Perfect. Beautiful. Oh, I love when things work. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so now what we want, so now we're detecting that. But there's a problem here, which is we're just detecting that when we first touch it. So we actually do need a consistent check. But I don't want to be checking all the time unless you're actually trying to move something. That seems really inefficient. So I just want to check. I just want to check Would it make sense to do like what I did with the dodge, where I just sort of run this code once? Do I need to check if you can push something before you start doing the input? Probably not. Is there any reason that I would need to? So let's try it this way. We'll create a function that is going to happen when you start pressing. No, I don't even need to do it here. I can do it when we're holding the input, right? Because then after it runs the code once, I can pass it into the state. So let's try it this way. Let's connect. Let's connect this here. And then at the end of this, we're going to switch state to player states dot what was it, push pull. So then this code is not going to run again because this is only running in the normal state. So now this should only hold on. We're in the normal state. We press this input. So in the normal state, nothing should be happening yet. Walking around, nothing should happen. There shouldn't be any kind of messages. Press down the button, and immediately that's going to connect the detector to this function. It's going to do that, and then we're immediately going to switch states to the push-pull state, in which right now nothing is happening. So what that should do is, if I start playing now, if I press input, I should get no messages, but my character should just stop doing anything. Correct. Okay. But if I press input, well, that's not going to work because I still need the, hold on. What if I'm already touching it? What happens then? No, nothing happens. But that actually makes sense. So I need to add in a little bit more logic here. So handle push-pull state. For now, let's just copy the normal movement code in here. And then we can actually test this out to see if this is working. So now, this should do nothing. We're in the push-pull state, and now it should detect. Correct. Okay. Fantastic. Now, we don't actually want to do that, but what we want to do is what? So we start pressing the input. We start detecting if a body is entered. We also want to know if the body has exited. Yeah, it's like what you were saying. Is there on stay kind of thing? Because it would be better to just be able to see. It would be able to just check if the body is there, rather than if it's entering and exiting. That seems unnecessarily complicated. Overlapping areas. Well, we'll try it this way, because otherwise I have to redo everything. So let's connect it to another function. This is going to get messy, but let's call this detect enter, and this one will be detect exit. We'll just do this, copy this out. What? Oh, right. Okay, detect enter, and then we also want to do the same thing for the other one. Is this unnecessarily complicated? Should I just be checking that all the time? Maybe I should just be checking it all the time. Yeah, no worries, AJL. Thank you for the help. I appreciate it. Can you like grab the object when you touch it and move the current grabbed object with you every frame, then drop it when the button is released? Well, my thought was I don't need to be checking if there's things that you can push and pull all the time. I just need to be checking it when you actually press the input. So there doesn't seem to be a need to have this be running all the time, to have that. But I guess with a signal, is it running all the time? I don't even know how signals work. Okay. Let's do it that way. Let's just do this at the beginning. Oops. So right now, it should tell me, it should give me a message in both situations. If I'm detecting it and if I leave it. Why is it immediately doing that? Why is it immediately telling me that? Oh, because this is the wrong signal, that's right. I need to fix that. Body exited. That's, of course... Is that what it's called? Body exited, yeah. Okay, so now that should work. Let's check this out. Detected, and then body left. Detected, body left. Great. Okay, fantastic. So that's working fine. Now what we want is, while we're in the push-pull state, we want to grab this thing. So how do we do that? Because I don't just want a bool to check if there is something that you can push. I actually want the object itself. So we could declare a variable up here. Push pull object equals null. Let's just say pushable push pull object detected. Push pull object exited. That's fine. And then what we want to do is push pull object equals body. And then here, push pull object equals null, right? Because there's nothing there. And that also solves the problem of multiple collisions because we're only checking for one possible thing at a time. So then if we're in the push pull state, we actually don't want to leave the normal state just by pressing down the button. We only want to leave it if there is a pushable object. So if push pull object does not equal null, then we will switch state and we can pass in the object. Then what we want to do is first let's get back to the normal state. So if not input manager dot push pull, we'll do a switch state back to player states dot normal. I'm probably gonna have to refactor all the switch state stuff so that I'm not just repeating code everywhere. I guess I don't have to, but it's gonna get messy. That's fine though. Okay, so if we're not pressing down the button, then we're just going to go back to the normal state. We are going to have to check if we're already moving as well, but that's fine. So first though, we want to how do we actually want this to work? So we detect this, and then if there's input moving in one direction or another, so maybe we should take in the well, okay, well, I'll work that out later. Right now we're just checking for left and right. So if, where's our movement? Move.x. Actually, do we need to pass in the object, or can I just make it a child of the player? That might make more sense. So what if we do that? Let's try that. So when we get this, if there is an object, let's dot add child, or no, wait, no, I want to do self dot add child push pull object. And then while we're in this state, then we just need to move a certain distance. So if input manager dot move dot x, and we'll change that later, is not 0, then push pull speed, push pull distance. What's the best way to actually do this? We want to move in that direction, right? So velocity equals input manager dot move dot x times what was it, push pull speed times delta, right? So we're going to be moving in that direction, but that's not going to be gradated in increments. That's fine, we can test that out. If input manager dot push pull, and then we also want to make it not a child anymore. How do we get rid of a child? Remove child. Okay, pretty simple. Self dot remove child push pull object. We should also check if the push pull object is null. Push pull object is equal to null. Okay, I think that should work. Okay, so it's detecting correctly. That hasn't changed. So let's see. So detected, exited, detected, exited. So now, oops, okay. Oh, right, of course. That's not how you do this. So velocity equals, we just want this. This is already normalized, right? Yes, correct. Okay. So I think that should work. Let's try this again. So detected, exited, good. So now we've got this detected. We're pressing that down. That doesn't seem to be doing something. So what's the problem here? Can't add child rock 002 to player. Already has a parent entities layer. Well, why not? It already has a parent. But can't I just do that? What's the problem with that? Why not? Why not? Add child. Let's look at this. Gotta remove child, then add child? Or like rock.reparent? Is there a reparent function? Uh-huh. That's kind of, that seems kind of inefficient. You should just be able to add child. I guess it makes sense. There is already a value to that. Okay. So, right, because then also what happens if I remove child? It should go back to the entities layer. So, okay, let's try this reparent. Where do we first do that? Self.addChild. So we want to push pool object.reparent. Or how does the reparent thing work? Reparent, so new parent, keep global transform. No, we want the transform to go along with it. So reparent and the new parent is self. And then we'll do the same thing. Where was it? Push pool object dot reparent, and we'll get tree dot. We'll just do a direct call for right now. Root. Wait, how does this work again? Get tree. Oh, I gotta remember the get tree. Get node in tree. Is that what I want? Oh, do you hear the birds outside? They're very loud. I've got crows where I live. Get node in tree. Isn't that a thing in get tree? Let's look at this. The scene tree that contains this node. The node. Get tree. They're trolling you, but because they know you're trying to work. Oh, they can be really noisy actually. Where I live, the birds get crazy, especially in the afternoon. Aren't I doing this somewhere else? No, I'm not doing it there. Bro lives in a Hitchcock film. Yeah. Can I just call this directly, like, root / prototype? I don't need to deal with this right now. I just want to get it working. Level 001 / entities layer. Does that work? Just look at this reparent thing. New parent. Can it take in a string? Can you stick it on the player's parent node? Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good way to do it. Let's see if that works. Self.get parent. Let's see if that works. That would be nice and modular. Okay. Let's see if this all works. Probably not. Okay, nice. Detected, exited, detected, exited. Okay, so now we're detected. Oops, nope. Non-existent function reparent in base nil. Okay, so number one, a very obvious problem here is if there is no object, then we can't reparent it. Well, let's just delete that for the moment. Let's also just print the name here. So body.name, can I do, or get name? Is it just get name? Is that what it is? Yeah. That just returns the... Okay, let's do that. Get name. And let's do that. And let's put it here as well. That should be just a nicer way to look at that. Rock 002. Yes, and this should be a different one. Rock 001. Okay, great. So now what is the issue here? Detected. Huh. There shouldn't be any difference. Hold on. Detected. Why, when I press the input, does it cycle through? Why does it do anything differently there? What's the issue? Okay, maybe this whole child thing is not the best way to do this. Well, I don't know. That seems like a really simple way to do it. So what's the problem? The problem is I'm putting my input in. Okay, if there is an object there, and there should be an object, because as soon as we get this message, let's just do this. Print. Let's just double check that that's working properly. So, Rocko02, okay. Pushable object is Rocko02. But why does it immediately go through this whole cycle of detection and... That's weird, because it shouldn't... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. When it's reparented, it's like re-emitting it. Yeah. Okay. So let's move it a different way then. What's a better way to do this? I'm just worried that if I move them individually, that there's going to be some weird like collision problem, but maybe there won't be. Maybe there won't be. So, okay, we're not going to do this reparenting thing. So, let's try something else. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. We can put this back in, which we do want that check actually. Technically that should never come up because, well, I don't know, that's just safer. But what we want to do then is, if we're in this push-pull state, we're moving, and the problem is this object is a static body. So do I need to make do I need to make them all character bodies is the problem. Let's try that. So let's make it a character body. And do I need to do anything else to it? That should already have the velocity. As part of its script. So let's do this, and this seems wrong the way I'm doing this. This seems like the wrong way to do it, but I'm gonna try it and see what happens. Pushable object dot velocity equals, we're gonna do the exact same thing and just copy this all over, and then we're gonna move both of us. So move and slide, and then push pull object dot move and slide. think this seems totally wrong. Something about this does not seem right, but we're gonna try it. Okay, that's still working. No, there's nothing is happening. At least we're correctly... All the debug statements are working properly, so that's good. Oop. That's a good... We also want an and or... what? Isn't there... How does Godot do that? Okay, I'll deal with that in a minute. We do want to have and push pull object does not equal null. But what is the issue here? Velocity equals input manager.move times push pull speed times delta. And its velocity also equals also we should process the thing first and then, but I don't know if that would matter. This seems like a really bad way to do this. Oh, something happened there. What happened there? Oh, it's moving very, very, very slowly. Oh, wait, why am I multiplying by delta? So I haven't been doing that anywhere else. I didn't want to get into the trap of putting delta everywhere. So I just want to test this out normally. There we go. Ah, that's a problem. Because as soon as I pull back, it leaves. Okay, the pushing works. That's great. That's a big success, although it's very, like, jerky. Also, the animation's messed up, but that's okay. Okay. Oh, now that works. Is it just the... Yeah, okay, there's a lot of problems here. A lot of different problems here, so let's isolate them. So one is... See, the reparenting makes more sense because then they move as one object. That makes more sense. So is there a way I can get back to that without having to run these things again? I could put a check in here to see if it is already a child, and then kind of ignore that. Is that a better way to do it? Let's try that. So it would be if body is in group, where do I actually need to check that? Okay, so what we want to do here is reparent pushpool object reparent self. Let's get rid of this for the moment. So then here the problem is when I reparent it, it's running these again, it's sending these signals again. So I don't want to do anything if the body is a child. So I can just, if body dot get parent is equal to self. Can I just call that? What does get parent return? Returns the parent directory of the directory. I don't know if self will work there, but I'll try that and see what happens. Wait, that's not going to work because it'll still run the rest of the code. I need to make these else if. And then here, I just want to make velocity equals input manager dot move times push pull speed. And actually, hold on. Yeah, and then I wonder if move and collide is better, than it's not going to mess around, because we just want to move along one. What does move and collide take? Velocity? Motion vector 2 moves along the vector motion, returns a kinematic. Well, let's keep it as move and slide for now, so just to simplify things. And let's see what happens. So, detected, exited, detected, exited. Great. So, no, it's still exiting. That's interesting. Okay, that's unexpected. Why is it doing that? That's very odd. It's still exiting it. That's odd. Why? Push-pull object is. So, that means there is a push-pull object. And now I'm reparenting to self. The problem is, it's still detecting this. If body.getParent is equal to self, it shouldn't do anything. So for some reason, this is running before. Okay, this is a bad way to do it then. I just need to check. If body is in group push pull and body dot get. Wait, do I need to check it here? Get parent does not equal self. I just check it that way, right? That should make sense, I think. I think that should work. I think. So let's see. That's working. No, it's still. I kind of think in addition to reparenting the rock, you may want to move the rock's collision shape to the player while they're carrying the rock. Move the rock's collision shape to the player. Well, one problem which I haven't even considered yet is what happens if there's an object in the way. So let's say this. I want to push it left. I wonder if a raycast makes more sense here, because then I can raycast from the thing that you're pushing. But I don't quite understand. That's why I'm thinking maybe making the player basically absorb the physics shape of the rock might make sense. I see, because then it's using that collider to kind of move. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I still want to know why this is happening. Push-pull object is rock O2. So that is happening here. Then I'm reparenting it to myself. So this is moving up here. But then the problem is it's still detecting an exit. If body is in group push-pull, that's true. and body.getParent does not equal self. So if this is running before, like in between these two, then before the parent is set, it's running this the signal detection thing. Then it's removing the push-pull object. Why is on exit where you drop the rock? Like, shouldn't the player release a key or press a button to drop it? That's a good point. Because there shouldn't be any situation if everything is properly, if all the logic is working properly, there shouldn't be any situation where you're not detecting it while you're moving it, right? Well, the problem is, no, the problem is this. The way I have it set up now, I'm constantly detecting whether this is whether this collider is detecting things, right? I'm doing that non-stop, no matter what state I'm in. So if I moved this to down here, the problem would be that let's say I'm walking around, I walk up to this thing and then I walk away. That's still going to be the push-pull object. So maybe I need to reformulate this whole setup, because that doesn't make much sense. I'm sort of doing two steps here. I'm making this variable the object, and then I'm moving it, but maybe I can just do that all in one step. Yeah, that would make more sense. So I don't actually need... Maybe the whole idea of doing this with signals like this is not good. What's the most intuitive? The most intuitive is I don't need to be thinking about whether I can push or pull something until I actually try to push and pull something. So the first thing that should happen is the input. nothing else should really be running unless I'm pressing this input. Then I want to be able to check. So maybe what I do is I don't even create this detector, or I deactivate it until I need it. And then once it's there, then I can check if there's anything overlapping with it. And then I can reference that and start moving them. I think that makes more sense. Because I just don't need to be checking all the time if I can push and pull things. Because if I'm not trying to push and pull them, why would I need to do that? So I could even just instantiate something whenever I press that input. Okay. There's got to be like a... I gotta look at what are the other area 2D? Get overlapping areas. Let's look at that. Returns a list of intersecting area 2Ds. Overlapping areas collision object 2D.collision layer must be part of this area's collision object mask in order to be detected. I haven't set up any layers and masks yet, so that's another thing. But actually that makes a lot more sense, and then I don't have to do a group. Okay. So let's start all over here. We're gonna go back to square one. And we're gonna make this a lot simpler. So the first thing that needs to happen is the input. Now when the input happens, what we want to do is get the overlapping areas from this collider. So, oh, where did I write that? Push pull detector dot get overlapping bodies or get overlapping areas. Get overlapping bodies. What is the difference there? Returns a list of physics body 2Ds. Overlapping bodies, collision object 2D dot collision. Right. So we want bodies. Well, what does that return? Is that an array list? So let's say variable list of objects. We'll just call it something like that. And then let's just test this out. So list of objects, and let's see what happens. So nothing is happening now. So now if we press it here, right, because it's touching my character body. So that's one thing. Okay. And then if we're here, aha. Right. So it's returning that one. Okay. Okay, this is a lot better, I think. I think this is a lot better. So now theoretically we could have multiple things in that list. We can change the collision later so that it's I guess we can set that up now. So let's go to where is it? Layer names. So let's call this. How many layers do we really need? We'll say player. And we'll call this push pull. And then in the rock, we need to go into the collision, and we want it to exist on layer 2, not on layer 1. Wait, is that right? I'm getting confused here. The push-pull detector only needs to have a mask on layer 2. Is that correct? So now we should be able to... There's empty, there's nothing there, and then... Oh. Wait. Oh, because we also need to be able to collide with it. So the player collider also needs to have collision with layer 2 as well. Okay. And then here it's detecting nothing, and here we're getting the rock. And here we're getting nothing. Awesome. Awesome. Great. Fantastic. I love this. Okay, so now we're getting this list. Now what happens if we get multiple things? So if we have something like this, we get multiple right. And it detects rock 1 first. That's interesting. I wonder why it detects that one first. But we can just set up the game so that that's never an issue, I think. What happens if you push a rock up to another rock? That's kind of a problem. We won't worry about that yet. Right now, let's just imagine the case where we're just getting one object. So now we'll just make this the index of 0. Although we do want to check if there is something. So if we return something, then we'll create this variable, and it will bring us to the push pool state, player states dot push pool. I guess we need to declare this actually. Okay, so then we now have this. So okay, so now we have this object, and let's reparent it. So push pool object dot reparent self, and we'll push pool state. Let's go velocity equals right, only if we have if input no, we don't actually need that, right? So velocity equals, because if it's 0, it's 0, equals input manager dot move we don't want to factor in the y input, so vector2 dot move dot x times push pool speed 0. Move and slide. Let's try that. So okay. So that kind of works, except that we can't move, we can't push. The reason we can't push is because of the collision. So that is going back to the problem that AJL mentioned. So push pull object dot we don't have a script on this one, so let's just say get node collision shape 2D dot reparent self. So we'll reparent the collider as well. Let's see what happens there. Oop. Invalid type in function get node in base character body 2D cannot convert argument 1 from object to node path. Oh, yes, thank you. Right. So let's do that. Wonderful. That seems to work pretty well. Although there's still kind of a It's not very smooth. I wonder why that is. But that's fine. I will take that for the moment. So now we just need a way to get out of it. So while we're in the push-pull state, we want to check what conditions do we need to exit it. So number one is if we're not doing the input anymore. But actually, we don't want to check that because we want to do this gradated movement. So actually, no, this doesn't make any sense. So now we want to move a certain distance. We want to so if we're getting an input to the left or right, move.x does not equal 0, then what needs to happen? Then we need to check to see if we've reached the point that we're moving to. So we need to set that point. Push-pull distance. And we don't want to be able to move unless it's empty. So let's see. So let's first set this here. Push-pull object position equals push-pull object dot global position. So that's a function, right? Am I wrong? No, it's just a value. Okay. Why is that not coming up? Push-pull object. Oh, because I get it. I guess I'm setting it. What is this going to be? It's going to be a. Well, let's just say node 2D. It's not giving me the IntelliSense. Am I doing that wrong? I'm probably doing that wrong. Whatever. Push-pull object position equals push-pull object dot global position. Okay, so now that we're in it, that's been set. Now we want to check in the direction that we want to move it, pushing or pulling. We want to check a certain distance away, and we want to see if we can move it there before we do anything. So check area equals area2d dot instantiate oh, I can't just create a new. Okay, the stream funny as fuck if you close out the video and listen to the audio as if Crunchy's talking about trying to figure out how to push and pull stuff in real life for hours. Oh, .new, yes, thank you. That's what it is. Do I just do it like this? Okay, great. Yeah, I know. This is surprisingly confusing. I actually prototyped this a while back, like last year when I was beginning to prototype this game, but I don't remember at all what I did. And then I got to picking up and throwing things, and I was so frustrated with that that I stopped working on it for a while. Okay, so we're creating a new area, and the area is going to check area dot global. Do I need to add it to the tree first? Let's see. Equals equals what? Push pull object position plus input manager dot move dot x times what was it? Push pull distance. So that should check out if it's, that should create an area. Then what we need to do is check if there's anything there. Hello? What's going on? Okay. So, get overlapping bodies. So if check area dot get overlapping bodies equals null, then we can move, right? What? Expected indent, oh yeah, right. So how do we move then? Then we want to move as soon as we move into that position, this is going to return the body. So how do we solve that problem? We only want to run this once. No, because we want to be checking... We want to be checking... Okay, what happens in the situation where we check to see if a space is free and then start moving and then something moves into that space, like an enemy? That's a problem. What happens then? Because does it move the enemy out of the way? Let's say an enemy walks down. Let's say I'm pushing this rock. I want to push it one tile to the left, right? And basically I want that to be locked in so that you can't just push it a little bit. It goes one tile or it doesn't go at all. So what happens if it checks the space is free and then an enemy walks down there after we start moving? God, that's confusing. There's not really a good solution to that, is there? I guess the one thing to solve that would be that anything else that could possibly get into that tile... Hit me with that one more time. Okay, so the idea is we want to move... We want to push and pull along the axis that we're coming at it from. So let's say we're coming at it from the left, so we want to be able to push left, pull right. But we only want to be able to push and pull in increments. So right now I'm working with 16 pixels, in other words, one tile. So it moves one tile, it moves one tile at a time, right? It's tile-based movement. The problem is, okay, so my thought was, we need to check if that tile is free, because if this rock's in the way, then we shouldn't be able to move it over. I guess we can just do that with collisions. That doesn't really matter. But my thought was, imagine this is an enemy now. Imagine we check this tile is free, and then we start moving, so it locks you into this tile-based movement. And during that, after starting to move, this enemy starts walking down. Then what happens? Do you push the enemy out of the way? Does it force you back to the starting position? Probably, okay, so one solution would be to, whenever I make the enemy like pathfinding scripts, to just, as soon as this starts happening, as soon as you start moving something, that becomes an unavailable space. That would make sense. So I'd have to be able to reference that space somewhere, so the enemy is just not going to move there. As soon as this logic starts happening, that tile becomes unavailable to the enemy. That probably is the best way to do it. That's probably the best way to do it. So why is this not giving me a... Oh, it's just because I haven't written anything. That makes sense. Okay, so what I want to do is, if there's nothing in that area, then I want to move at a certain speed to that area. I wonder if I should make the push-pull state only for this movement, in that when you're not actually trying to move it. In other words, there's kind of two things going on here. There's like there's sort of grabbing the object, and then there's going along with this tile-based movement. It might make more sense to keep just the movement part in the state. Does that make more sense? That might make more sense, because that's really where we just don't want to have anything else happening. You're locked into it. So this switch state should only happen in this condition. In fact, all of this. So we could have a function check push pull sort of like what I did for the dodge. We have one function to start it, and at the end of that, if we're free to move, then we move things into the push-pull state. I think that makes more sense. And then while you're in the push-pull state, it's just going to move you. So if push-pull detector dot get overlapping bodies, do I need to put that in a whole nother function? Let's not do it for now. I can refactor it later. So what's going to happen here is we're going to get all this information. I don't know if I need to do this reparenting right here. I can do that once we actually start to move. If we're holding down the input, then we're going to check if there's something that we can push and pull. Then if we don't do anything, we don't need to do any code, right? If there's no extra input, that's fine. So that's sort of like we're grabbing something. So if we're grabbing something, and then if we get this movement input, that's when things need to happen. Then we can do all this stuff. And in fact, we don't have to reparent. Are you locked into moving to the next grid cell, or can you cancel it partway through the move and go back? I'm going to try and start with you're totally locked in. I mean, this is sort of why this is the big question, is how much freedom of movement do you need? But I think for something like pushing and pulling, this is only going to be really relevant in a puzzle situation. And for a puzzle situation, you don't want to be thinking about like physics or anything like this. You don't really care about freedom that much. You just want it to be simple and clear. So I think just really simple, locked in, tile-based movement makes the most sense. But I'll prototype it first and then see if I can, if it doesn't feel right, I can mess around with it. So the first thing that I'm going to do, so we start with input, then we check to see if there's something there. If there is something there, then we check to see if we're moving. Because if we're not moving, nothing needs to happen. Right? It only needs to happen if all of these things are true. Then if we start moving, now we need to actually figure things out. So then we start moving, we need to check, we need to create all this. And then, if there is an empty space, oh, well, we need to put this earlier. Okay, if we start to move, then we reference this object. Then we create something to check if it can be moved to the space next to it in the direction that we want to move. If that's true, if this is an empty space, then what? Then we're going to reparent it. We're going to reparent its collision shape. We're going to take in this, we're going to grab its position. Why do we need that? We actually don't need this. I don't think we need that. We're going to reparent, and then we're going to switch state to the push-pull state. And what's going to happen there is in the push-pull state, we're going to check if push-pull object dot position dot global position does not equal our target position, right? Does that make sense? So let's just say so we've got some target position that we're going to create, and that position is going to be in this check. So target position equals check area dot global position, and then basically if this object is not in that position, then our velocity it would be nicer if I could like pass in some of these variables. Because how are we checking? Let's create a variable push pull direction. Seems a little messy. Push pull direction equals input manager dot move dot x. I'm gonna have to figure that out as well because we want to be able to push and pull in two different ways. Velocity equals push pull direction times push pull speed. And we're going to move and slide. What is the problem here? Push pull object position. Oh, I'll just if push pull object dot global position does not equal target position, we're going to move it. We are going to move because we're parented. This is now childed to us. We're going to move in that direction at that speed. Else, switch state player states dot normal. Now that's going to be a little weird because then we're switching back and forth. That shouldn't happen because we should be able to just push continuously. So we could put all of this into a function called check push pull. And let's just do all of this. No, what do we need actually? We need this stuff. This is going to be kind of weird. Hold on, wait. We want to run another check, essentially. This we can put outside of that. Oops. Okay, now, so this is still there. Crunchy, what's your daily rotation of ADHD games as a strapping thing, man? Me, personally, I like to start with Wordle, going to Quirtle and Octwordle, NY mini crossword connections, strands, movie grid, movie pyramid. You know, I usually do the daily puzzles on the chess app. And occasionally I have a Kakuro app that I enjoy. That's pretty simple, but... So, let's see. So we can factor all this out. Because then the idea is if check area.get overlapping bodies is empty, what if it's not empty? If there is something there, then while we're in the normal state, we don't want to do anything. But if we're already in the player... Does this chat suppress URLs? Gonna try again. Yeah, I think that's a YouTube thing. They just maybe there's a way to change it, but I think that's just a general YouTube chat thing. If there's something you want to send me, just send it to me in the Discord. What am I trying to do here? In the case that I'm in the normal state, so I haven't pushed or pulled anything yet, I'm going to be running all this stuff. Then it's going to switch to the push-pull state. Now I'm going to be handling this. Moving. Nothing's happening until it completes the movement. Then the movement has been completed. Now what we want to do is we want to check if we're still if we're still getting input, then we want to check push pull again. So we don't want to leave this state yet, because we may just do this again. We just want to run all this code and check a new area. So now it's going to check. And if it's free, this isn't going to really do anything. But if it's not, we want to go back to the normal state. It's kind of weird because that's still going to run even if we're in that state already. But I don't think it should matter. That's just kind of a weird way to write it. I could do a check, but it doesn't really matter either way. All right, let's see exactly how many things are broken. All right, right away. Non-existent function instantiate in base area 2D. Well, we haven't defined anything about this area, so that's not really, that doesn't make any sense. So let's just create an area. Let's just put it in here. New scene, we'll call this it's just new. Okay. But also then we need to define like the dimensions, right? That we can't just create a random node. So if let's see, if we create a new scene and let's call it check area. Oops, I can spell. Now this is going to be a type area 2D, and it's going to have a collision shape 2D, which is going to be a square. And oh, hi Cecilia, how's it going? Let's see. So if we go back to the main level, let's bring that in. So we need to make sure that this is tile sized. So transform The game coding is going very slowly, but it's fine. It's good. It's happening. I'm making very slow progress. So what is the default size of this? A scale of 1, but what does that mean? What is the default size of this? I mean, I could just fit it to make it the right size, but how do I find that? Let's look up a collision shape. You know what would help, Crunchy? You could speed it up a ton very easily. How would I speed it up a ton? It's on the shape. Tons of Adderall. It's on the shape. I'm not sure where you mean. Properties, let's see, no. I'm not sure. Click on where it says rectangle and it'll open up to show more. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, so that's pretty simple then. So I just want a tile-sized thing. Okay, so that's 16 by 16. It's odd that it should be 20 by 20 by default. That's kind of an odd default. Okay, so now if I bring that into the level, that is that. Great. So, so let's just do this way. Let's make let's do an onReady variable check area equals preload res what was it, player check area dot scene, and then all we have to do is new check area equals check area dot instantiate. And then we probably want to add this dot get tree what, just like add child or something. Which way does it work? Get tree dot what am I trying to do here? new check area dot add child. No, add. I want to get the tree and then add a child. Dot root. Add child. And then what do I need to, I should delete that also. Where can I delete it? I want to delete it right before I start moving. So right here. New check area dot queue free. And actually, I probably want to do that here as well, because I don't need to. I think that makes sense. So let's see what happens. So there's nothing there. No. Of course there's a problem. Invalid well, that's a nice error message. That's a pretty easy error message to fix. But where is the problem? New check area dot global position equals push pull. Oh. Right. So let's do this dot x, and we'll just create a new vector 2. And then just set the y value to 0. I'm going to have to fix all this later anyway. So let's see if that works. Probably something else is going to mess up. Invalid call. Non-existent function get overlapping bodies. Oh, whoops. That needs to be changed. Thank you. So let's try this again. Okay, now nothing is really happening. Awesome. So what's the problem here? New check area equals check area dot instantiate. Alright, we gotta get some debug statements in here. First, let's make sure that this is all registering. Print. Move input detected. And let's just get the push pull object dot get name. Oops. So let's see. Rock 02. Okay, that's working fine. It might take a frame for the overlapping bodies list to be updated. I see what you mean. Like in here, because I'm only running this once. Get overlapping bodies. Is this some high-level Python? No, it's GD script, which I believe. I mean, it's similar from what I remember of Python. It's kind of similar to Python, um, but it's a proprietary script, a proprietary language to Godot. For performance reasons, collisions are all processed at the same time. This list is modified once during the physics step, not immediately after objects are moved. Consider using signals instead. Back to signals. Really? How did I do? I gotta look at a previous thing. Demo player Godot. Huh? Why is there nothing there? Is this the wrong one? That's not it. It would be... Okay, let's see. Oh, did I use raise? Was that it? I used raise for the pushing and pulling. Interesting. Oh, that's right. I was doing components. Huh. But I wanted to try the... Must have been the magic state. Okay, let's see. Activate blink. Check blink. So, what did I do here? For distance and range, checking the position. Ah! So maybe that's the key. Can I just wait? Physics frame. I don't really understand this code, but maybe that works. Whoa, why is it way up there? What? I love how computer problems are always just like, they never make any sense. Why? I mean, actually this is working nicely, except for the fact that it's just in the complete wrong place. So it has something to do with how I'm setting this. Setting this position. New check area dot global position equals. Okay, I'm creating a new vector 2. Push-pull object.global position.x plus input manager.move.x times push-pull distance. That's the... Oh, I don't want 0. I want push-pull object dot global position dot y. That's why. Duh. Okay, nice. Now it's not doing anything, but at least it's checking properly. So now why is it not doing anything? If new check area dot get overlapping bodies is equal to null, let's do a little print statement. It's null. So is it detecting the collider of the object? Because this is not running. So, because if I put this there, it must be detecting this collider. So, one solution would just be to give it a slightly smaller area. That's kind of a simple solution. I could just make this like 15 pixels by 15. Oops. Is there any foreseeable issue with that? There's probably something will go wrong. Oh, I probably don't want to do a half pixel. That's kind of weird, so it should be 14 by 14. Right? Just 1 pixel off of each side. Just make sure we're saving everything here. Does that do anything? Let's see. Okay, well now it's not overlapping, but it's still not giving me this. So, what's the problem? If new check area dot get overlapping bodies equals null, does it actually return a null type? That's a question. Or does it just give me an array with like a null value or something? Get overlapping bodies dot what would we say? Length? Is it get length? Can you print that variable before the if? That's a good point. I will try that in a moment. Yeah, actually that's a very good idea. So print new check area dot get overlapping bodies. Let's see what happens there. So yeah, that's giving me so it is actually doing it. It's It's treason, but you can even set breakpoints. I don't know what that is. Can I just check, like, that? If there's nothing in the first list, because it's going to be a list, right? That's kind of, let's see, let's just see if that works. Okay. Index 0 on a base type object of type array. So there's no index. Well, what type is that? What type does that return? It's returning me an empty array. So how do I check if it's empty? Is there like a has something? Has anything? Contains the given value. How do I just check if the array is empty? Is empty? Is there an is empty? Oh, is empty. Perfect. That's nice. Is empty. Right? Okay, let's try that. Let's see what happens now. Okay, we're moving down the code, so that's good. So, what was my error? I didn't see it. Okay, invalid access to property or key. Global position on a base object of type packed scene. Oh, of course, I need to do that again. Okay, that's fine. So let's do this, and let's try it once again. Let me just double check that I got that everywhere. New check area, new check area. The rest of it should work. Okay, so. Okay, still moving down the code, that's nice. Setting property velocity with value of type float. Right. So, push-pull direction, where are we setting that? So, we can just use that, right? Well, we don't want to take in the y value. This is so messy, but okay. Vector 2, the x 0. Oops. Okay, let's see if that works now. Hey! Now it's just continually going in that direction. So it didn't actually... Let me just test that again. So if I'm holding down, it's null. I got the it's null. Okay, that's fine. So that's all working. This is all working. The problem is... here. Okay, so we're not getting that. Why? What is the issue? What is happening here? Where's target position being so? Let's print target position. Oops. Hello, Untitled Gaming Project. Let's see. So, target position 1656. Does that make sense? What is the rock position right now? Right now, its position is 3256. So that's exactly right. That would be 1656. So that is what we want to check. There's like a 1% those floats are exactly equal in your process function on top of anything else. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this felt like this is not the best way to handle this. I could do like a sort of clamping thing where it checks if it's like within a pixel or less than a pixel or something like this, and then sets the position. That's probably... Is there a better way to check that? Right now I'm checking if the global position... So if it does not equal target position, it's going to move. And the problem is, let's okay, let's do this. Global position. You can overshoot by as much as your velocity, more or less. By like a frame, yeah. So that would be the like rounded up by the amount of the velocity. Let's just see what this looks like. So current position is, and then here, let's say, well, we already know what the target position is. It's going to be 1656, right? So let's just see what the actual position is. Right. So once we get close, 16.6666456, right. Okay, okay. So what's the best way to do that? So if let's maybe do this in reverse order. So if push, see, I don't want to check both X and Y axes separately. Well, whatever. We're checking this all. This is all messy anyway. So if push pull object dot global position dot x is no. What's the? There's got to be like a. Subtract the vectors and take the magnitude. If it's less than velocity, you're there. Yes. Yeah, right. I can get the distance between the two. So let's just create a variable called movement delta equals push pull object dot global position dot distance. Isn't there like a distance function? Distance to distance to or something. 2 vector 2 distance to. Okay. So distance to target position. Let's ourselves some more room here. Target position, and then if movement delta is let's check if we're close enough first before we move. If movement delta is equal or less than or equal to, wait, hold on. We want to check if this is I'm having trouble thinking about this. The movement delta is going to get smaller and smaller until it's at a point where we want to check if it's small enough. So if it's less than or equal to push pull direction times, well, the direction is just going to be 1. So if it's push pull speed is all we really care about, right? Wait. No, the vector. Our velocity dot magnitude, right? Length. Is that right? My brain is kind of disintegrating quickly. If movement delta is less than or equal to velocity dot length, then we want to set the push pull object dot global position equals target position, and we want to do all this, and then else we're going to do this. Oops. Okay, let's see if that works. Oops. Attempt to call function reparent in base null instance on a null instance. A null instance? Null instance. Huh? Why would it be null? Why would it be null? Collision shape 2. Node not found. Relative to root prototype level entity slayer player. Rock. Why would it not find that? Collision shape 2D. It's got a collision shape. So why would it not find it? I think you did it twice in a row. It's already moved. Oh, I see. Right. So that should actually be here as well. We want to unparent it, but we do need to fix that up there. So here, that's not a great, let's see. Okay, let's do another variable here. Push pull object collider. Let's say that's null. And then here, let's say, where are we setting the push-pull object? Push-pull object equals push-pull detector dot get overlapping bodies. Right. So let's also object collider equals push-pull object dot get node collision shape 2D. I'll fix that later. And then here we're going to make it the push-pull object collider dot reparent self. And then when we're done with everything, we're going to do push-pull object collider dot reparent push-pull object. And we're going to push-pull object dot reparent self dot get parent. Is that right? I suppose I could do like a check here to see. But now we should have a reference to it, right? So that shouldn't matter now, even if it's reparented to us already. That's messy, but whatever, it should still work, I think. Whoa! Okay. That's interesting. Not really sure what's going on there. Ship it. What the heck? So why? I'm now controlling... It seems like the player is trying to move. But only the child is moving because the player's colliding with the child's collision shape. If this is empty, push-pull direction equals, right, that's the way we're going to move. Push-pull object.reparent to self. So we're reparenting the rock O2 to the player. That's going to come up here. And it's got a child collision object, but we're then going to take that collision shape and reparent it to the player as well, directly to the player. Okay. So then what happens? Where are we actually moving? Also, why did I get this? Object is in target position. This is running too many times because it must be changing the target position. Let me see that again. Is it continuing? Yeah. Huh. So what the heck is going on there? Time to print a bunch of variables and track what's going on? Yeah. That's odd that that should have happened. Okay, target position equals new check area dot global position. So let's first actually let's just comment this out and see what happens if we don't move. What happens if we don't move? Why are we moving? One thing which I changed before, which I may not want to change, was turning this into a character body. Let's change that back. So why is this able to move around? What's the problem there? Push-pull object, so we start pressing, we get this thing, this object, we get a reference to the object, we get the object's collider. If we get input, which we are getting, then we start this function. Now we have a check area. We're adding it it to the tree. New check area, global position. We're checking in the direction that we want to move. We're checking the tile next to it. We're awaiting a physics frame so that it has a chance to get the overlapping bodies. If it's empty, let's make sure that's working. So let's do that. No, that's not working. Okay. Is this actually doing anything? Hello, another day. Maybe if we create a variable, how does the input manager thing work? Is this happening every frame or just when it's first pressed? It's happening every frame. But which input are you thinking about? Because basically this is just left bumper, and that's checking every frame as long as I'm holding it down. This is checking if there's any value to the left analog stick. Let's try this. Equals new check area dot get overlapping. Maybe I need to start this first before waiting. And then where is check push pull called? Is it called automatically for every frame? So the idea is the first thing that happens, okay, we're in the normal state. In the normal state, we are running handle normal state every frame. Now that's governing our normal movement, which is handling collisions down here. And then if we're in this normal state, we're checking for the push-pull input. So that is here. And that's just checking if this is being held down. Now, if that's true, Then we're checking for if there is an overlapping body. Okay. And if there is something in there, we're getting the first thing in that array. Well, given what happened before, maybe I should do this like is empty check. I'm not sure what this is returning actually. So let's say if this is not is empty. Let's just make sure that that's and then push pull object equals, so then we're getting the first index, we're getting that object's collider. You know, I just find this harder to read, so I'm going to say then if we get movement, we're going to run check push pull. Now in check push pull, we're going to create this area based on the movement input that we're getting. We're going to check in that direction. Okay, time to print some statements. So let's start here. Okay, so that ran once. Now the reason it would run once is either because this stopped overlapping or because we exited the normal state. So let's check that out. Now that's odd. So that ran multiple times, but that actually makes sense because we do want to run check push pull again. Okay, so that's fine. This is running a bunch of times. So this is all running through this, and then what happens? Then we move to the push-pull state. So now we're in the next frame, we're running through this handle push-pull state, and what happens there? Now we are creating this variable, movement delta equals push-pull object at global position, distance to target position. Click the gutter on the left and it will pause the game when the method is called. I'm not sure if that's what I want to know. I'm not sure what I want to know, actually. I think what I want to know is target position. I want to see what's going on there. No? So, why does it keep on moving? Every frame, target position is being readjusted. Why would that be? So, where is that being calculated? So check push pull is happening every frame, and it's creating a new check area. So why is check push pull being activated every frame? It's not happening from here, because if we're already in the push-pull state, then we shouldn't be running this code again. So in the push-pull state, this is where it's happening. So movement delta, if movement delta is less than or equal to velocity dot length, I must have done this wrong. Velocity dot length let's see this. Movement delta is 16. Velocity length is 40. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I need to check something a lot smaller. What do I need to check here? I don't really get this. The movement delta is the distance between where the object is and where it's going. Now, at the very beginning, that's going to be 16 pixels. So, whatever this code runs, we don't want that to happen yet. We want to move it, and then if it moves, oh, kind of like that. Wait, hold on. Does that actually work now? It's not really moving by... Okay, it's kind of working. Can I show the grid here? Visible paths? Visible paths? No. Visible navigation. Can I make the grid appear on... View grid. Show? No, that doesn't show it here. It's kind of working, but it's moving by... It's not moving by the right amount. How much is it moving by? Am I crazy? Is it moving by the right amount? Hold on. Oh, it is. I guess the tiles just look smaller than I expect. Okay. Oh, that's actually working. The only problem being that I'm not exiting the state now. But that's actually right. So what was the issue there? The issue was I wasn't factoring the delta. That's all. So now all I need to do is just check if we've reached the correct position. Then I want to, if we've reached the correct position and I'm not using the input anymore, then I want to switch back to so we want to check that first. If input manager dot push, if not input manager dot push pool, we're going to do that. And we're going to switch back to player states dot normal. Else, if we get the movement thing and we're also holding down push pull, then we're going to go through the process again. Else, nothing, right? Does anything else need to happen? That's all that we care about. I think that works. Hey, look at that. It's a little weird because, so hold on, I'm here. Okay. Because, okay, there's a little bit of timing that's kind of weird here, because normally you walk into something and then as soon as I start holding down the button, then it's, so I kind of have to walk up to it and then hold down the button and then pull it back in order to pull it, which is a little bit weird. So I do kind of, maybe I want a little timer before we start moving. But I don't want to think about that for now. I think this is, I'm happy having gotten this much to work. So we're walking around, and then here we go. Here's something that we can push. Push it. Pull, pull, pull. Oh, that's a little weird. What? Why does that happen? Oh, because we have to make the input vector okay, couple notes. So number one, need a timer before pushing / pulling so that you can walk into something and pull backwards. Then we also need to make sure that the input is 1 or 0 in magnitude, because right now I think what's happening is, even though this is, the movement input is normalized, but it's still vector 2, so we really just want, we want absolute value of either 1, -1 or 0. We don't want, like, if you're pressing sort of at a diagonal, we don't want to, we don't want that to be normalized in that sense. I'm not explaining myself very well. I'm just trying to give myself notes. So let's see. Make sure that the input is 1 or 0 in magnitude. No micro movements. And then we also need to refactor so that Y, let's just say vertical pushing, pulling works. Then we also want to test pushing against secondary objects. And I'll just make a note to check area position needs to be factored into enemy movement scripts. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there because I can't think anymore. That's a decent start. This is gonna get messy real quick. I don't really like having to have all these variables here. I'll probably create like a player data script because I'm gonna need a lot of stuff. The different speeds and things like that. I can just put that somewhere else, just so it's cleaner. Okay, save all scenes, and I might as well commit this. Let's say push pull basics. Basic pushing and pulling. Still problems. C notes. Good stuff. Okay. That's it for now. Alright, thanks for popping in, guys. I appreciate the help, Cecilia and AJL. I appreciate it. Alright, take care.